does pull it on whoever.
Yeah.
Oh, thank you, bud. Thank you. Sid. I want to put Johnny's over there. Okay, that'd be great. I got left. Too bad. What's that? You got the snaps? Yeah. You're Makes RBP look kind of sorry. Makes RBP look kind of sorry.
It's so organized.
Yeah. You don't even drop not one buck here. Not one.
You know, the best punter was talking about the days working on it.
Huh?
Our best punter's Corey. He was talking, he said, I'm really working on pulling the ball. Look, where you're going first and then. He said, I'm looking on middle of the plate, inside off his
Mic test 1 2. Mic test 1 2 3.
big awards earlier are Adrian himself. Caught up with our starting pitcher, Jazz Wheatley.
Hey, Hawks fans, joining me is your starting pitcher for tonight, Jazz Wheatley. Now, you were looking for your first win on the mound, feeling enthusiastic about it. What do you need to do to get the win?
I think just go out there, we have a good plan to tackle these guys and just follow the plan, and if we need to adjust, but I think we have a good chance to.
So you're looking for a win tonight against them to even this series. So you said you don't know anyone on the team
Mic test 1 2 1 2 3 4. Mic test 1 2.
Mic test 1 2 3 3 2 1.
We can claim to be completely original, which excites me, which puts me in the zone of winning. I'm by winning. I win here, I win there. Now what? Let's just do it. Let's make this thing head on. You were in it to win it. Defeating the naysayers. So you're winning or you're losing. There's nothing in between. You know, good luck. You're going to need it. We'll do over here. Winning. Come losing, winning. They're going to rename it Charlie Brothers, not Warner Brothers. Duh. Winning. Winning in what sense? Just winning. Yeah, some would say they really defeated them. They can say that, but what kind of car are they driving? I'm going to live my life the way I want. I'm going to win every moment. And, I'm sorry, winning. He's trying to get the concept now? That's winning. It's oftentimes as unknown. When occasionally a giant marquee name comes through on your caller ID, and it's like, winning, winning, winning.
I couldn't said it better myself. It's Winning Wednesday. Thank you, Charlie Keith, for that fantastic introduction. Welcome, fans, to Remax Field here at 36 Land, the traditional homeland of the Métis. I'm Terry, and yes, this is our first Winning Wednesday. On this night, right here, we guarantee a win against the formidable Corvallis Knights. Yeah, those are the same guys who forgot their helmets at the airport yesterday. Now, fans, if we don't win, every single one of you are going to get a ticket for tomorrow night's rematch. And that's when it'll be Thirsty Thursday with $5 drafts on tap. But let's take care of tonight first. Umpires for this three-game set are watching over home plate's Tyler Warren. First base, Matt Bosey. And third base, Jeff Gibson. Here are the starters for the Corvallis Knights. Number 10, Joda Evans-Villa. Number 3, Jason Lee. Number 14, Tito Romero. Number 12, Brandon Darby. Number 8, Eli Kelly. Number 7, Timo Becerra. Number 14, Byron Bennett. Number 39, Lucas Gonzalez. Number 16, Ethan Douglas. And number 40, Dukes Brunson. And now, fans, here are the starters for your Edmonton Riverhawks. Left fielder, number 10, Clayton Laraje. At center field, number 11, Jack Walker. In right field, number 24, Will Gardner. On first base, number 15, Jacob McKean. On second base, number 16, Will Rogers. At shortstop, number 13, Jay Schultz. Third base, number 17, Emiliano Gonzalez. Catcher, number 43, Austin Jannard. And your starting pitcher, number 46, Chaz Wheatley. And now then, please rise if you're able and join our own Gary Harris in the singing of the national anthems.
Can you see by the dawn's early night what so proudly we hailed at the twilight's last gleaming, whose broad stripes and bright stars through the perilous fights o'er the ramparts we watched were so gallantly streaming, and the rockets' red glare, the bombs bursting in air, gave proof through the night that our flag was still there. Oh, say does that star-spangled banner yet wave o'er the land of the free and the home of the brave? Oh, Canada, our home and native land, true patriot love in all of us command. With glowing hearts we see thee rise, the true north, strong and free. From far and wide, oh Canada, we stand on guard for thee. God keep our land glorious and free. Oh Canada, we stand on guard for thee. Oh Canada, we stand on guard for thee.
And good evening, baseball fans, wherever you may happen to be, and welcome to beautiful Remax Field in Edmonton for the second stanza of this three-game weekday series as the Corvallis Knights and the Edmonton Riverhawks renew hostilities this evening. It was a 5-0 night victory yesterday. The hitters just could not get a lot going for Edmonton. In the third inning, they did load the bases with one away, but the 8 and the 9-hole batters both went down swinging, and that was the end of the uprising. 5-0 was the final score. Here's the starting lineup tonight for the Corvallis Knights. It's penciled in by field manager Brock Knight. Leading it off and playing in center field, number 10, Jonah Advincula. Batting second at second base, number 3, Mason Lee. Kiko Romero will bat third. He's going to play at first base. He's number 14. And batting in the cleanup spot, it's the shortstop, number 12, Xander Darby. Hitting fifth, the designated hitter, number 8, Eli Kennell. And hitting sixth at third base, it's Timo Becerra. Number 13, Riley Knight will be the third baseman tonight. Luca DiPaolo, the catcher, he's number 39, bats eighth. And Ethan Lovelace will bat ninth. He's going to play in right field tonight. He's number 16. We'll have Duke Brotherton pitching this evening. Big, tall right-hander up on the bump, down in the bullpen, down the right field foul line. Riverhawks go this way. Clay Loringer is the leadoff batter, number 10, playing in left field. Jack Schultz is the shortstop. Jacob McKean will play at first base. Ivan Brethauer is the designated hitter tonight. Austin Chenard, the catcher. Will Rogers will play at second base and bat sixth. He's number 16. Emiliano Gonzalez, the third baseman tonight. Hitting eighth and playing in right field, it's Will Gardner, number 24. And batting ninth, it's the center fielder, number 11, Jack Walker. Not near as hot tonight as it was last night. Opening pitch last night, about 94 degrees centigrade, about 30 degrees centigrade. Just very little wind blowing at the present time, blowing from the direction of right field towards left. It's a northwest wind blowing to the southeast. And this ball underway at 7:07 Mountain Time. Chaz Wheatley rocks into his windup, and the pitch is an 88-mile-an-hour fastball. Misses down and away. 1 ball and no strikes. And on the infield, Gonzalez at third, McKean at first, Schultz the shortstop, Rogers at second base. Chenard will do the catching tonight. Left to right on the outfield, Laurent J. Walker and Gardner. Breaking ball down and in, 2 balls and no strikes here on the batter. Chaz Wheatley, a 6'6", 215-pound right-hander. He's a sophomore from Edmonton, and he attends the University of Iowa. As you can see, he's built like a pitcher. He's all legs, and the pitch is down and away, ball 3. Wheatley will make his 5th start, his 6th appearance, 17 in the third innings. Scattered 20 hits, allowed 13 runs, and they're all earned runs. 11 base on balls, 4 strikeouts.
Fans, if you're wondering who's coming up to bat for your Riverhawks, you can download our e-program.
Logs a record of no wins against 2 losses and a 6.75 earned run average. And Advincula draws a walk on 4 pitches.
It's not what you want to see with the speed of Advincula. Good chance that he could be going. This is a very good bunting team. They might move him.
Mason Lee is the batter up. He's the second baseman. Gonzalez is way in on the grass at third. The middle infield shortens up to a double play depth. Advincula takes his lead at first base. And that's a ball. The first 5 pitches of the game have been thrown out of the strike zone here by Chris Wheatley. 7:05 contest to wrap it up tomorrow night. Then we'll have a pair of exhibition games on Friday and Saturday. The Corvallis Knights will fly out of here on Friday morning en route to Kelowna. That's where they'll touch down, get on the bus, and look at about a 5-hour bus ride down to Wenatchee, where they'll kick off a series on Friday night.
Ethan Elias coming out, Al, to talk with his pitcher. 6 straight pitches, 6 out of the strike zone.
Calling the balls and strikes tonight, it is Taylor Bourne. Matt Beaudry, the umpire working at first base, and Jeff Chipley is the umpire working at third. If you want to stay out of a running game, you very simply have to throw strikes. Now he's walked a batter, and he's fallen behind 2 balls and no strikes. here to Mason Lee. That is an ideal opportunity for hit and run play, maybe even a straight steal.
It could be, and the situation here is lots of times if you're going to bunt or even hit and run, you like to work to one strike before you do it.
The other games in the West Coast Baseball League tonight. Bellingham Bells are in Richfield to play the Raptors. Victoria Harbor Cats continue their series in Nanaimo. The Kamloops Northpaws play the Yakima Valley Pippins in Yakima, Washington tonight. Portland Pickles and the Springfield Drifters, the Kelowna Falcons and the Port Angeles Lefties, and the Bend Elks and the Walla Walla Sweets round out the slate of games here tonight in the WCBL. It's in there for a strike. It's 2-1.
This is a spot for a hit and run or a bunt.
Runner goes. Here's the toss from Chenard. It's right on the money, right on the legs, and that's going to be a put out. Go to 2-6 as Jonah Advincula. His heart was full of larceny, but his feet were honest. That was an excellent throw by Chenard. Right on the money.
Absolutely. Advincula got a good jump on that. It was just such an outstanding throw. Right out in front of the bag.
Well, we'll see if this can pick up the pitcher. Sometimes it will when you no longer have a base runner. You could rock out of a full windup, and the pitch, well, apparently it didn't. That's ball 4. And Kiko Romero will be the batter. He has now got a .278 batting average. His 91st at bat as we speak. 16 runs, 25 hits. Pulled 4 home runs, 19 runs batted in. Great slugging percentage at .500. Pretty good on-base percentage at .364. And here comes the pitch. That's an 87-mile-an-hour fastball, high and outside, 1 ball and no strikes.
This is the toughest thing, is to get behind on these batters.
And here comes the 1-0 delivery. Hard ground ball fielded on the bounce by Schultz. He knocks it down. He picks it up. He throws to Rogers off the bag and the throw to first. He is not in time. That's a nice pick by Schultz. He had no choice but to play an in-between hop.
That's exactly right. It's a very hard hit ball. Played it perfectly. Got it to Rogers. Just the timing wasn't there to get it over for the double play.
And Xander Darby will be the batter up. Hitting .306 on the season, his 73rd at bat. Right now, right here in the ballpark in Edmonton. Been a great year for the Corvallis Knights. They're in the playoffs. They're 10 games better than .500. 20 victories and 10 losses. So they got 30 games down and 24 to go. That's a high and outside fastball. 1 ball and no strike as Wheatley works on the 4-hole hitter, Xander Darby. The Knights tonight wearing a maroon top with their gray trousers and a blue stirrup. The Riverhawks are 5 games under .500. They're 14-19. They're 3 wins and 4 losses in the second half. That was 87 miles an hour, and it was way high of the target. 2 balls and no strikes. He's trying to overthrow the ball a bit.
He really is.
We did have a little bit of rain right about 5 o'clock, but the clouds have vacated the premises. It's a clear blue sky overhead. Temperature might be about 72 degrees Fahrenheit. Maybe 21 degrees centigrade. And at the present time, there's very little wind. Darby hitting .306. He's got a little bit of power. 4 home runs, 13 RBIs. There he rolled the wrists and he fouls the pitch off the screen.
That's the first back-to-back strikes that Wheatley has thrown tonight.
Middle infield shortened up just a little bit. Gonzalez just back of the bag at third. The outfield is straight away. And it's a 2-ball, 2-strike count. Here comes the pitch. Mouth ahead of the bat, flared foul, back a third. 420 up the middle here at Remax Field in Edmonton. 340 down the left field line, 320 to the line of right. And then it drops right off on the outfield wall going towards the right field power alley. Certainly send our best regards to the good baseball fans down in Corvallis, Oregon, tuning us in tonight. You got yourself a real fine ball club. Make no mistake about that. Runner goes. Chenard's toss is on a bounce. The runner and the ball arrived at the same time, and Schultz couldn't squeeze it. And that is a stolen base for Kiko Romero. Riverhawks went 3 pitchers deep, losing that ball game last night. I thought the bullpen did a pretty good effort over the final 6 innings, allowed just 1 unearned run.
They really did. They picked it up. The Rocks just couldn't get the hitting at the right time.
Here's the pitch, and that will hopefully do it. A 2-hopper here to the shortstop Schultz. He charges the ball. He throws it on a bounce, and McKean will dig it out of the dirt. And that will retire the side. No damage done. No runs, no hits, no errors, and 1 man left the board. And we'll return with the bottom half of the first inning in just a jiffy.
But first, we need Gonzalez to get a hit, so when he steps up to the plate, go crazy! Fans right now want to welcome out our bat kids from Lacombe Minor Baseball. Gavin Siemens, Gage Crossland, Hudson Kelly, and Walker Rice, along with guest coach Rory Whitbread.
Larange takes a 91-mile-an-hour fastball on the outside corner.
Here's a windup from this big right-hander, and the pitch on the way, and a ground ball rolled up the middle. Darby onto his left, gathers it in, throws a low throw, and Romero stays with it. 2 pitches in, and 1 gone on the bounce out to short. Jake Schultz will be the batter.
Next up, number 13, Jake Schultz.
Duke Brotherton pitching tonight for Corvallis, 6'5", 215-pounder. Out of Washington State University, he's a junior from Merced Island, Washington, which is a really neat little place. It's a little island in the Seattle area out on Lake Washington, I want to say. Schultz awaits the pitch, and here it comes. Ground ball down to third, but Kara is easily up at that. And his throw is right on target. You've got 3 pitches in, and 2 away. And Jacob McKean will be the batter. Brotherton making his third start, his fifth appearance, 11 innings, 14 hits, 8 runs. They're all earned runs. 2 base on balls, 16 strikeouts. Boy, you got to like that ratio. He's got a win, he's got a loss, and he's got a save. And Brotherton with a 6.54 earned run average. Fully back on the middle infield, midway at first and third, and the pitch is 90 miles an hour and right at the knee, strike one. Briley Knight, the left fielder, Jonah Advincola in center, and Ethan Lovelace is the starting right fielder tonight. Becerra at third, Romero at first. The middle infield, Darby the shortstop, Lee at second base. And completing the battery, it is DiPolo. There he changed speeds on the pitch. He threw that one at 79 miles an hour. So that's a 21 mile an hour variant on back-to-back pitches.
It's the first breaking ball he's throwing. He's throwing 5 pitches, all for strikes.
Draws a beat down the gun barrel and delivers. The pitch is off speed and it's fouled away. It'll be back upstairs beyond the screen and into the seating area here at Remax Field at Edmonton. Riverhawk TV is brought to you with the courtesy of your Edmonton and area Jiffy Lube fast oil change locations. Just about on every corner. Earn a $25 gift card with your next fully synthetic oil change at Jiffy Lube. And you visit jiffylubeservice.ca. Jiffy Lube, keeping you moving. High pop-up, and that's way up there in the well in the short center field, drifting back to second baseman Lee. He just got under that pitch. The Riverhawks are out of business here in the home half of the first inning. Smoke rings across the line totals. Again, that's jiffylube.ca. Ensure your vehicle is road trip ready with a visit to your neighborhood Jiffy Lube. Do it tomorrow. Second inning coming up. We'll have it for you in just a minute on Riverhawk Television. Eli Kennel, the designated hitter, get it going here in the second inning. Timo Becerra, the third baseman, and Briley Knight, your starting left fielder. So that'll be the 5, 6, 7 batters in the order. Here to face Chaz Wheatley, who got a tough start going in the inning. He, in the first, walked the first 2 batters that he faced, but he gets out of it unscathed. 88 miles an hour, down and away, ball 1. And we'll have a look at the Major League scoreboard tonight. A number of games out in the Eastern time zone are getting near the end. As Wheatley rocks into his windup, kicks that left leg way high, and the pitch is a breaking ball outside. Florida Marlins lead the Pirates 2-1, and they're playing the top of the 9th inning at the ballpark in Miami. White Sox in the bottom of 7 lead the Cleveland Guardians by a 2-0 score. And the 2-0 pitch is in there at the knee. 88 miles an hour from Chaz Wheatley. Tampa Bay Rays in the top of the 8th inning. They're playing in Tampa Bay, and they lead the Red Sox by a 4-1 score. And here's the 2-1 pitch. Just missed high. San Francisco Giants playing at home, and they were winners today in a squeaker 4-3 over the Arizona Diamondbacks. And the Seattle Mariners win their ball game 2-1 over the Washington Nationals. Bottom of the 6th inning, and the Cincinnati Reds lead the New York Yankees 6-5. The Blue Jays in the bottom of the 8th inning. They won last night. They fired their manager this morning. And they're leading by 4. They're up on the Phillies by a 6-2 score in the bottom half of the 8th inning. So Charlie Montoya let go today by the ball club. He had just signed a 1-year contract extension. But at this time of the year, you cannot afford losing skids, and the Jays have been on one. They have lost 8 of their last 10 ball games, and that will get a manager fired. 3-2 here on Eli Kennel. Left-handed batter, big knee bend. Takes a rip at the pitch, 89 miles an hour, and that one rocked right off the end of the table. An induced vertical break of 9 inches. That'll do it.
Very good pitch. Wheatley seems like he's starting to get into a little bit of a groove, Al. His speed is getting up a little bit, and his accuracy is improving dramatically.
One out, bases empty here in the top half of the 2nd inning, and the pitch. Right down the barrel at 88 miles an hour. The Cardinals lead the Dodgers 5-0 in the top of the 5th inning. The Texas Rangers have a lead in the Oakland A's. After 4, it's a 5-0 score. Wheatley rocks and delivers, and the pitch down and away. The Orioles lead the Cubs in interleague play, 4-0 score in the bottom half of the 4th inning. Padres and the Rockies, it's a 1-0 Padre lead after 2. And later on tonight at that beautiful old ballpark on State College Boulevard, just down the road from Disneyland, the Angels will be back in action, and they will host the Astros. It'll be a Pacific time start. Bring you up abreast of all the scores in the major leagues tonight. We're the only game underway right as we speak in the West Coast League. This is the only team that has a Mountain Time start. So everybody else is getting underway about 8:05 Mountain Time, 7:05 Pacific Time. And the 1-2 pitch is in on the batter, and Becerra is going to wear one. He got drilled with a 77-mile-an-hour pitch. So if you're going to get hit, at least he didn't get hit with a high, hard one.
Well, that's right, and that got him on the arm, I think. Didn't seem to bother him a bit.
And he is the third base runner on the night for the Corvallis Knights. Haven't been there in many a long year. Beautiful city. It's a collegiate city. Just a few minutes west of Interstate 5 as you work your way through down the state of Oregon. Big shift on the left side of the infield, playing this guy to pull the ball. And the pitch is upstairs, 1 ball, no strike. I have driven it from the California-Oregon border to the Oregon-Washington border. That's a long state.
It is. Beautiful coastline, though.
This series will wrap up tomorrow night, 7:05 start. Friday night and Saturday night, the Hawks will have their lone 2 exhibition games on the air. Then they'll have a day or 2 off. They'll be in Kelowna next weekend for a 3-game series, Tuesday through Thursday. Pitch is high and outside. 2 balls and no strikes. And he is just struggling right now to try to find his control. He's throwing hard enough, nothing wrong with that, but he has fallen behind a lot of batters.
He seemed to have straightened out, and then he's right back into the problem again. And again, a lot of these pitches are high. They're either way high or way low.
So on a 3-ball, no strike count, Becerra is being held on at first base by McKean. And then the 2 middle infielders are both parked on the right-hand side of second base. Schultz is just about directly behind the bag, and Rogers was about midway between the bags. That'll all come to an end as Bradley Knight draws a 4-pitch walk.
Up next, number 39, Luca Powell.
And Luca DiPaolo, the catcher, will be the batter. Luca looking for his first hit in the West Coast League. This will be his 10th at bat. Got 2 runs batted in. And here comes the pitch. Fastball, 85 miles an hour, and it's in the strike zone, right down the middle, right about belt high. DiPaolo is an attendee of the University of Southern California. He's a freshman. Here comes the pitch to him. He hits a two-hopper wide of third base. Gonzalez is up with it. He comes to the bag, gets the force as Becerra is erased, and there's 2 away.
Smart play by Gonzalez. He didn't have time to get it either second or first. And if he throws it away, advances the runners. This way, 2 out, you play the batter.
And it'll be the 9-hole hitter, Ethan Lovelace, a 200 batter on the year. University of Portland, he's junior, and he lives down in Olympia, Washington, home of the Olympia Brewing Company. The brewery is, I've seen it many a time, it's right on Interstate 5, pretty hard to miss it. 1 ball, no strike on the batter here in the top half of the second inning, 2 out and 2 on. And that ball is ripped foul. 86-mile-an-hour fastball, and he found a way to get around on it, and he did. Way around on it as he puts the ball onto the screen. Here's we got a crowd of about 2,000 here tonight. It is guaranteed win night here at the park. If the Riverhawks don't win, everybody in attendance gets a free ticket to tomorrow night's game. High and outside pitch, bring it around to 2 balls and 1 strike. You were very impressed, and so was I, with the manner in which the Corvallis Knights conducted their batting practice today. Lots of bunts, lots of movement. They got a lot of work done.
They really do. There's no wasted movement at all from the time they come to the ballpark, from their meeting to their running to their batting practice. It's all very well executed.
Strike at the knee here from Chris Wheatley. Chaz Wheatley will make it. And here's the 2-2 pitch. Foul ball at first base. Release speed there at 82 miles an hour. Induced vertical break of 6 inches. Horizontal break of 13 inches. The plate itself is 18 inches across from the 2 black strips on either side. And here comes the 2-2 delivery. Tried to throw a spinner on the back door, just missed low. Looked like it was on the black. Change speed's pretty nice on it. That was 76 miles an hour on that backdoor hammer. And the runners will be out in the pedway. They will go with the pitch here in the top half of the second inning. Full count as Wheatley is ready to go in the pitch. Do him a fastball, foul back. 5-0 victory for the Corvallis Knights last night. They put a 3 spot up on the board real early. And I would say in just about a blink of an eye, there was a swinging bunt, there was a hit and run, there was a base hit, another bunt. And before you knew it was a 3-0 ball game. If you want to stop their running game, it's very hard to do, but it's easy to say. Don't let them on base.
That's exactly right.
3-2 pitch and a breaking ball. That one ran away real nice from the left-handed batter, and Wheatley gets his second strikeout of the inning. And here in the second, no runs, no hits, no errors, and 2 men left on base. This is Jiffy Lube Television's presentation of Riverhawk TV, and we'll be back with more in just a jiffy. Go heat up another arm now.
Leading off for your Riverhawks, number 44, Ivan Brettauer.
Big number 44, Ivan Brettauer, batting out of the cleanup spot tonight. We got him penciled in as a designated hitter, and he'll get it going. Here against Duke Brotherton. He got 2 ground balls and a pop-up in the first inning. He's a Washington State Cougar. Brettauer with 5 home runs, 21 runs batted in. He leads the Riverhawks in big fly balls. Big, tall, rangy right-handed batsman up there, checks his swing and draws back. Austin Chenard and Will Rogers are due up here in the inning. Early that ball hit the bat, so the count at strike 1. 0-1 on Brettauer. And the pitch to it. Snare that one right out of the catcher's mitt, and he loops it foul up the right-handed side on into the bullpen area. Ethan Lovelace giving chase, but he was nowhere near that ball. Brettauer, a .232 hitter, got 95 at-bats, 17 runs scored on a collection of 22 hits, 5 big fly balls, 21 runs batted in. And here's the 2-strike delivery. That's a 58-foot curveball at 77 miles an hour. Brettauer with a slugging percentage of .432 and on-base percentage of .318. And the 1-2 delivery is right on the outside corner. 75-mile-an-hour off-speed pitch. But it was no doubt about it in the rectangle, and that is the first strikeout of the night for Brotherton.
Up next, number 43, Austin.
And Austin Chenard will be the batter. They're going to draw the middle infield fully back and fan them out wide apart. Vaquero come up about midway at third. And Romero is a little bit further back of the midway point at first. Ball's hit in the air, and it's out into the right field gap. Coming on over is the center fielder, Avin Cato. He's got this one on radar, and there's 2 away. And we'll go to the batter, Will Rogers.
Will Rogers.
Other ball games tonight. Kamloops North Paws are in Yakima Valley. Bellingham Bells are in Ridgefield. Victoria Harbor Cats play in Nanaimo. Kelowna Falcons play the Port Angeles Lefties down in the state of Washington. Portland Pickles in the Springfield Drifters, and the Bend Elks will play the Walla Walla Sweets. 5 in a row have been set down by this big right-handed pitcher, and the pitch is in there for a called strike, 0-1. Out of Merced Island, Washington, attends Washington State University. And here comes the 0-1 delivery. Tossed a curveball at 77 miles an hour, and he did not find the strike zone.
DePaula did a good job trying to frame that and getting the call, but it was definitely outside.
And the pitch from Brotherton is up a little too high. 2 balls and a strike. 5 in a row have been set down by this big right-hand pitcher. Works right down the middle of the pitcher's rubber. Halfway between third and first base. His right foot on the rubber. He winds, long stride home. He was well past what it would normally be, and there's a deep fly ball out into left field. Ball's not going to get caught by Briley Knight. He just ran out of real estate. Rogers at second. He's going to chug on into third base. He's going to get a green light. Here's the throw from the cutoff man. That's the shortstop Darby. And that's an inside the park home run for Will Rogers. And that big man has got some giddy up.
He's got good speed, and, you know, when Kelly Stinnett sent him home, I thought, boy, this is going to be tough. The catcher tried to make the tag, and it looked to me, Al, like Rogers might have popped that ball out. It was a good job. Get the run.
Well, what made it possible, Briley Knight tried to make the play on the fly, and I don't blame him. That's his job. But if he had turned around, maybe played a carom, but who knows? That might have hit that cement grade beam. Who knows which way it'll bounce?
Could have.
Doesn't matter. That's an inside the Parker. And that is the first one in Riverhawk history. And it gives the club a 1-0 stake. And the pitch is a called strike to Emilio Gonzalez. Showed the bunt, pulled the back. A 2 out inside the park home run by Will Rogers. And the 2-1 delivery up too high. Last time I saw an inside the Parker in this park, 20 years ago, it was in the playoffs in 2002, and a big outfielder by the name of Michael Rostovich hit the ball up real high in the hitter's eye. It came way back out into the field of play in center field. And here's the 1-1 pitch. He turned it over and he missed low. What I really remember about that inside the park home run, it was a grand slam inside the park home run.
Well, that's something else. On this one, it was the same thing. You got the chrome off the wall, and it came out a long way. It really helped him get that turn.
Got her now, 2 balls and 2 strikes. Emiliano Gonzalez, hitting 111, his 37th at bat here as we speak. Struggled a little bit with the pole, but he's done a real nice job with the leather. And the pitch to him. Breaking ball down and away, count will run full. This is the first 3-2 count that Brotherton has had here tonight for his inning and 2/3 stint here in the sandwich game of the 3-game series. 5-0 night victory last night, game 3 tomorrow night. And the pitch is going to miss for ball 4. And it'll be Will Gardner, the batter.
Up next, number 24, Will Gardner.
You wonder, Al, you look at Brotherton, pretty young pitcher, that if that inside the park home run didn't shake him up a little bit.
It got a lot of height awful quick. I thought that was probably a goner. Well, it came right back down, hit the wall, but he still gets the home run. Strike 1 on the batter, Will Gardner. 6 feet, 195-pound outfielder. Goes to Garden City Community College. He's a sophomore. Gardner is an Edmonton ball player, Edmonton area. He's from St. Albert. Strike 1 on the batter. Here comes the pitch. Gardner goes for the downs on a curveball. Took a big rip at it. And the count at 0-2. A stretch here by Duke Rutherton. Here comes the pitch. And it's foul tipped in the batter's box. Corvallis Knights have been a real powerhouse in the West Coast Baseball League in the last number of years. They've won 4 league championships. And the pitch, ground ball, softly hit off to the right-handed side. Lee is up with it. Flips on to second base with Darby covering, 4-6 on the putout. And that'll retire the side, but an inside the park home run puts the Hawks up by a run. Back with the 3rd inning in just a jiffy.
With our friends at River Creek Resort and Casino, we have a little Tim H challenge for our singers in the crowd. Adrian, do you have a contestant?
I do, Terry, sort of like with music. I'm here with Devin in Section F for a little Sing That lyrics. So I have a $100 gift card courtesy of River Creek Resort and Casino. We're going to play the clip of the
Funny game. It's hard to believe with all wildness of
when the
week.
music stops, Devin has to
We're up
sing the next
1-0.
line or more. If he gets it right, he's going home with the $100 gift card. If he gets it wrong, well, it's guaranteed win night, so we'll see what happens. And I have 10 $10 gift cards to give out to the closest people sitting next to him. Are you ready?
I'm ready.
All right, he's ready. Let's play it.
You got Brad Pitt, we got Keanu Reeves. We got the best leg fishing, you best believe. Yeah, you make fun of us 'cause we spell color with
they would have given it to you anyway, but congratulations, you legit won it. Give it up for Devin. And number 3, and of course, your Edmonton Riverhawks.
Leading off for the Knights, number 10, Jonah Adcola.
Jonah Adcola, who drew a walk and was erased at second base on an attempted steal. His first time through tonight. Here he drops down a push bunt and he rolls it foul to third base, strike 1. Chaz Wheatley has now thrown 49 pitches in the ball game, and he's going to have to get a little more economic with his pitch count, or he won't be around long.
That's exactly right. And of those 49 pitches, only 25 have been for strikes.
That attempted bunt's going to bring Gonzalez way in on the grass at third base. And the pitch is a strike on the inside half of the plate. And that'll back the corner infielders up a little bit now. 0-2 on Adcola.
When Wheatley's throwing strikes, he's done well. His fielders have fielded well for him. And he's made plays.
And Adcola takes a cut at a breaking pitch. He's had a good year. He's batting .349. His 88th at bat here as we speak. 20 runs on 30 hits, 7 runs batted in. Slugging percentage of .430, on base percentage of .440. He has got leadoff batter totals. And a pitch to him. Hits it down to third base. Gonzalez is up with it. This one's got a load of spin on it, and Adcola beats it out for an infield hit. That guy is a burner, no doubt about it.
Boy, he's got tremendous speed. Gonzalez actually played that very well, got rid of the ball quickly, and Adcola had it beat by a couple of strides.
Not an easy play. It was a slow ground ball, had a load of spin on it.
Yeah, tough play to make, and he made it look easy. Just Adcola beat it out. Good baseball play all the way around.
That'll go to Mason Lee, the second baseman, a .277 batter. It's one thing about speed, and it's been that way since the game was invented. Speed never goes into a slump. It just doesn't. Sinking fastball that was swung on, missed, and looks like Austin Chenard got a foul tip somewhere. And he's big and tough. He'll be all right. Takes a second here to shake that off. He's built like a catcher, isn't he?
Lee was actually trying to bunt that, Al, when you look at it. And the pitch was high in the zone, and that is extremely hard to bunt.
Again, that'll draw Gonzalez in wide of the bag at third base. Second baseman Rogers is fully back. Schultz is about a double play depth, just off to the left of second base, about 15 feet. In the defense tonight, left to right, it's Loringer, Walker, and Gardner. Schultz and Rogers should double play Quinella, Gonzalez at third, McKean at first. And Austin Chenard completes the battery. Chaz Walker with a down and away breaking ball, 1 ball on 1 strike. The Knights, when they play at home, play at a real nice ballpark. Never seen it, but the boys were telling me about it today. Oregon State's home stadium. And every couple of Saturdays when they play football, that's a major school. That's a Pac-10 school. It used to be Pac-12, but I understand we've had some teams exit the Pac-12. But that stadium, I don't know how much it seats, probably a lot, and I'm sure it's full.
Yeah, it's...
Ground ball here to Schultz. He'll come to second. That's 1. He throws to first. That's 2. As Mason Lee bounces into a 6-3 double play.
Up next, number 14, Kiko Romero.
And Kiko Romero, the first baseman, will be the batter. A team like Corvallis, if they're going to give you an out, you got to take it.
Oh, you do. And the thing there that I found interesting, Rogers was coming over. Schultz had to make the choice. He could have tossed it, but if he had Rogers coming across the base, he wouldn't have had a good angle to make the throw. Schultz did exactly the right thing. Now Right now, if you look at the shift we have 4 outfielders.
I was wondering where the shortstop went.
Onto the outfield.
All right, well, there's something different. And the pitch is in there for a strike. 1-1 here to Romero. I believe that is Jacob Schultz playing about halfway between the right fielder and the center fielder. And here's the 1-1 delivery. And it's a slow ground ball here to Rogers onto his right. Takes the scoop, throws to the bag, and that will do it.
That shift worked out pretty well, Al.
And here in the inning, no runs on 1 hit, no errors, and nobody left on base. It's a 1-0 Riverhawk lead. We go to the bottom half of the 3rd inning. Riverhawk TV, brought to you by Jiffy Lube. Road trip ready. Today is a perfect day to drive for a Pennzoil fully synthetic oil change and get a $25 gift card and an Air Miles Reward voucher. Visit your locally owned Jiffy Lube. Do it today. We'll be back with the bottom half of the 3rd inning in just a jiffy.
Leading off for your Riverhawks, number 11, Jack Walker.
Jack Walker lead it off here at the bottom half of the 3rd inning. Jack tonight batting out of the 9 position in the batting order. And the pitch to him. 88-mile-an-hour dipping slider in there for a strike.
Jack Walker from Cedar Hills, Utah, and he plays at Dixie State.
Rutherford ready to go, and the fastball is, actually it's a changeup, but it's high and in. 1 ball and 1 strike. Clay Lorange, the left fielder, Jack Schultz, the shortstop, are due up here in the inning. Fully back on the middle infield, about midway at 1st and 3rd. The outfield is straight away. What has turned out to be a beautiful sun-drenched Wednesday night. Not a cloud in the sky. Game time temperature, I would estimate at about 70 degrees Fahrenheit, 21 degrees centigrade. Prospects, I beg your pardon, the Riverhawks, old habits die hard, are 1 game behind 500 in the second half. They come in at 3 wins and 4 losses. And 5 games under 500 in the composite 1-loss records of the whole season. (14-19). The 1-loss record of the Hawks. 5-5 in their last 10 ball games. Coming off a 2-game losing skid. I had my eyes down on the standing sheet. Was that a hit batsman or a base on ball?
No, it was a ball, it was a walk. And here's the interesting thing. Jack Walker has very good speed. Lorange also has very good speed.
Duke Brotherton, 6'5" right-hand pitcher out of Washington State, and the pitch on the way is down and away, 1 ball and no strike. He fired that one at 87 miles an hour. Spin rate of 2.099, induced vertical break of 9 inches, the horizontal break of 18 inches, which is the width of the plate. Pass ball is outside. 2 balls and no strikes in the batter. 5-0 Corvallis victory in the series opener last night. Now, if you're in the Edmonton area and listening in, it's Thirsty Thursday tomorrow night. Get yourself a nice cold beer for $5. And the pitch upstairs, go to ball 3. Edmonton went down in order in the first inning. There were 2 out in the second when Will Rogers excited the fans with an inside the park home run. And for Rogers, that's his 5th. Puts him in a team tie with Ivan Bradauer for big fly balls. Laurent Jay is going to draw a base on ball.
I noticed that Walker had a real good lead in that at bat for Laurent. And we'll see if he tries to stretch that from second base.
Brotherton will be the recipient of a meeting at the mound to discuss strategy. The best record in the league is the Bellingham Bells at 21-9 in the playoffs. 5.5 game lead on the Kamloops Northpaws. Portland Pickles, who were a pretty nice ball club, but we saw them way back when the season started. And they've picked it up a little bit. They've won 4 straight. They're 8-2 in their last 10. And 11 games better than 500 with a record of 21-10. Seems like it's either a feast or a famine in this league. You're either way above 500 or down below it. Most teams down below it. Jack Schultz up there. Shows the bunt, squares off, and he takes a high pitch. 1 ball and no strikes. Becerra at third and Romero at first base will both play way in on the grass. They might put a wheel play on. And here comes the 1-0 delivery. Outside ball 2. Now a wheel is where the third baseman and the first baseman will both charge home. The second baseman will go to first and the shortstop will go to third. Don't see it very often.
I think they will take Schultz will take at least for a first strike.
And here comes the 2-0 delivery. Again, Schultz shows the bunt, and that one is right under his chin, ball 3. He for sure will not be bunting on a 3-0 count.
He will not be bunting on the 3-0 pitch. Let Brotherton come in and put the ball down the pipe.
Again, Schultz shows the bunt. And he takes a strike. 3-1. Fastball on the outside half of the plate. 88-mile-an-hour velocity.
I think he was taking that one no matter what. He just showed the bunt. You can see here the bunt or a hit and run.
Well, the runners will hold, and the ball is bunted nicely done to the left of the mound, and here comes the throw. It's in the dirt. Nicely picked by Romero. That'll be a no time at bat for Jake Schultz. He moves his runners into scoring position, second and third.
He did what he had to do. Got the ball down the third base line and forced third baseman to make the play.
1-3 on the putout. No time at bat for Jake Schultz. Jacob McKean, the first baseman, is the batter. Now they'll play the middle infield fully back. Becerra is just ahead of midway at third. Romero, the big first baseman, is just inside of midway at first base. The outfield is straight away. McKean popped up his first time through. And there he takes a rip at a 77-mile-an-hour breaking ball. Strike 1 to McKean.
Well, this ball is on the ground to the right field side. Or pardon me, to the left field side. They'll try to freeze the runner and then go to first. Or if the runner's going home, they'll throw it all home.
And the pitch. That's an overhand curveball this time. He changed his arm angle. Got a little bit more of an induced vertical break. 9 inches, 76 mile an hour spinner.
Exactly right. Now, if a ball is hit to the right field side, he'll just make the play at first and get the out. Let the run score.
Brotherton is ready to go. The pitch is a strike and is fouled to the backstop. Here's a long stride home in the pitch. It's a fastball upstairs. 1 ball and 2 strikes. Got a lot of road work done on this mound on Tuesday before the series opener. 2 areas of concern had to be repaired. New pieces of carpet put on the mound. The one right beside the pitcher's mound on the long slope towards home plate. And then where the pitcher is going to plant. And there's the pitch, and it's a curveball waved at. That's a big out. You got 2 away in the inning with 2 men in scoring position.
That is.
Ivan Bretthauer, the batter.
Now they just have to play the batter. That's what they do. Now Bretthauer's got tremendous power. If he can get a hold of something here, we could score a couple of runs.
And that's a spinner down and missed the knee. 1 ball and no strikes to Bretthauer, who was called out on strikes his first time through. 1 ball, no strike on the batter. And the 1-0 delivery. Here, climbed the ladder a little bit. Got that ball up into the strike zone for a strike, a fastball that leads 7 miles an hour. Turn it over, and the pitch is low. 2 balls, 1 strike. Runners aboard. Jack Walker's at third. Calais Loranger is at second base. 2 gone in the inning. 1-0 ball game. Edmonton leads. Approaching the 1 hour mark here in the bottom half of the 3rd inning. Ball game got underway. 7:06 Mountain Standard Time. And here's the 2-1 delivery. Goes that one in the dirt. Go to 3 balls and 1 strike.
DePaulo's doing a nice job in keeping that ball in front of him. A couple of those could have scooted behind and would have scored a run.
Brotherton working very slow and deliberate with men at second and third base and 2 away from the set position. And we're ready. Here comes the 3-1 delivery. That'll miss at the knee and load the bases. Bring up Austin Chenard. 3rd start tonight on the season for Brotherton. He's got a total of 6 appearances coming into tonight's play, 11 innings, 14 hits, 8 runs. They're all earned runs, 2 base on balls, 16 strikeouts. Got a record of 1 win and 1 loss and a 6.54 earned run average. Bases are loaded here for Austin Chenard. Wide up the middle his first time along. Riverhawks' last win was the second end of a doubleheader on Saturday, and it was a 1-0 victory. There's a wild pitch. Back onto the screen, and everybody moves up 90 feet, and it's a 2-0 lead for the Hawks. Jack Walker scampers in from third base on the wild pitch.
That was one DePaulo had no chance on. He's been doing a good job behind the plate. He's trying to settle Brotherton down.
And we have activity in the Corvallis bullpen down the right field line. Got a right-hander up and throwing. First visit to the mound as we speak. Brooke Knight, the field manager, coming out. Had a nice chat with Brooke before the game. Really good guy, and he's sure had some success here in Corvallis. 13 seasons, he's led this ball club to 4 league championships.
Neil Feist is warming up in the bullpen, right-hander, number 37 for Corvallis.
Feist is 6'3", 215-pound right-hander. Attends El Camino College. He's a sophomore out of Torrance, California. 2 men in scoring position, 2 out and a run in the last half of the 3rd inning. Brotherton is going to abandon the stretch. He'll work out of a full windup midway between the 3rd and the first base sides of the pitching rubber. And 1 ball and no strike here to Austin Chenard. From the wide, here comes the pitch. It's a 87-mile-an-hour strike. About belt high. 1-1. And the pitch, Chenard gives it a ride up the middle. It's a lazy fly ball, and on the run in is Adovicito to make the catch and retire the side. But a run comes in to score nonetheless, and it's a run on no hits. Weren't any errors, and 2 men left on base. As we move along to the 4th inning, a 2-0 Riverhawk lead right here on Riverhawk TV. Xander Darby, the shortstop, left-handed batter. And he'll get it going here in the top half of the 4th inning for the Knights. Eli Cannell, the DH, and Timo Becerra, the 3rd baseman, are due up in the inning. Chaz Wheatley goes to work, strides home and delivers. Ball hit into the dirt at the ground ball here to Rogers. He fields it on the second bounce. And he airmails it onto the target. There's 1 away. Eli Cannell will stand in. Up in the major leagues tonight, Cincinnati Reds in the top of the 8th inning at Yankee Stadium lead the Yankees by a run. 6-5 is the score. And the Cardinals lead the Dodgers 6-0. That's through 6 innings tonight at the ballpark in St. Louis. I'm not sure if they still call it Busch Stadium or not. I do believe they do, as the Anheuser-Busch Company does own the club. And we'll have that big shift on between first and second base, 3 infielders. There's a 2-seam fastball, hard-sinking fastball thrown by Wheatley, a swing and a miss. Rangers 5, the A's no score at the end of 7 innings tonight in the American League. Wheatley has got to be barreling in on 60 pitches on the night. The first two innings were not kind to him, but he straightened it right out now. He got that ground ball double play, a bounce out, now a ground out here in the top half of the 4th inning. He's pitching ahead in the count at 1 ball and 2 strikes. That pitch is going to be in the dirt. Mariners were winners today over the Washington Nationals 2-1. Marlins defeated the Pirates 5-4. And the Blue Jays are winners today, 8-2 over the Philadelphia Phillies. They sweep a quick 2-game midweek series in Toronto. Charlie Montoya released from his duties as the Blue Jay manager before the game. White Sox beat the Guardians 2-1, and the Rays down the Red Sox 4-1. Bottom of the 7th inning, it's the Orioles leading the Cubs 4-1. Another 2-seamer thrown by Chaz Wheatley, hard-sinking fastball, 88 miles an hour the velocity, and strikeout number 3 for Wheatley.
Is that his 3rd K tonight now?
Yes, strikeout 3. Padres lead the Rockies 1-0, top of 5. Astros and the Angels are in the bottom of 2 in a scoreless ball game in what used to be called the Big A, Anaheim Stadium. And the pitch, fastball high, 1 ball, no strikes. Timo Becerra got hit by a pitch and was forced out at third base his first time along. And the pitch to him down and away, ball 2. Becerra hitting 194. Is going to appear in his 65th at-bat and/or plate appearance as we speak. 7 runs on 12 hits. And here's Wheatley's 2-0 delivery. 89 miles an hour, and he threw that one right down Broadway, right down the heart of the plate. Fully back in the middle infield, midway at first and third. This should do it. It's a roller here to the shortstop, Schultz. Charges the ball, and he sidearms to the target, and that'll get it done. Zeros across here in the top half of the 4th inning for the Corvallis Knights. We'll be back with a whole lot more in just a jiffy.
Hey kids, how would you like to play with your Riverhawks? We've seen a lot of kids down here
That's a-
at the Edmonton Riverhawks baseball camp led by our skipper, 14-year Major League veteran, Kelly Stinnett.
Yes, when he does, he does.
We have 1 more camp later on this month, starting July 25th. Log on to the Riverhawks store, and you can register for just $120.
New pitcher in the ball game here in the last of 4. Neil Feist, a right-hander, will come into pitch. Big, bulky right-handed pitcher, 6'3", 215-pounder. He attends El Camino College, sophomore, out of Torrance, California. So Neil Feist into the ball game. He'll face Will Rogers, who's got the lone hit of the night for the Riverhawks, an inside the park home run. Ball that he belted off the wall in left center field. And he can really dangle, I'll tell you that. He aired out 360 feet of base track across the plate. Neil Feist, and the pitch. Raised out into the air into short right field. That'll fall in for a base hit. And Will Rogers muscled that one out there. Did not, you could tell by the crack of the bat, didn't get real good wood on it, but he gets a base knocked out the same.
It was similar to what he did last night with the 2 hits. Just making good contact. Didn't overpower the ball, got the hit.
Feist with his 12th relief appearance, 17 2/3 innings, 16 hits, 6 runs. They're earned runs, 2 base on balls, 14 strikeouts. He's got a win, he's got a loss, he's got no saves. And he's got an earned run average of 3.05. West Coast League is hitting .235 off Neil Feist. Strides home in the pitch, bouncing ball in on fists, and it's a ground ball foul at third base, right on the hands of the batter, Emiliano Gonzalez. Final game of the series tomorrow night, Thirsty Thursdays, $5 beer. Remember years back at the old Municipal Stadium in Phoenix, the Phoenix Giants of the Pacific Coast League, and on several occasions they'd have 25-cent beer night. But what it was, they did tell you, it was the size of the glass, about the size of a thimble. And they had to hire some of the big football guys from Arizona State University as security. 1 ball, 1 strike on Emiliano Gonzalez. And the pitch down and in, sinking fastball from Feist. So Duke Brotherton goes a 3-inning distance, 2 earned runs and 1 hit, 2 strikeouts. His undoing with a little bit of control in the 3rd inning. 4 base on balls, and he tethered 1 wild pitch. 2 balls and a strike on the batter. Darby and Lee, the double play Cunella, will shorten up and play at that double play depth. There's a ball that's going to get spanked into center field for a base hit. And Emilio Gonzalez got a hold of a 2-1 pitch. Shortened the swing up, nice level swing, not a hitch or a loop in it, and that's a base hit up the middle for Gonzalez.
You know, that's what he was working on in batting practice today, and just making that contact. The ball was where he wanted it, right over second base.
And Will Gardner will be the batter.
Up next, number 24, Will Gardner.
For my way of thinking, because I'm getting older, a far more comfortable night tonight. I used to be at that desert for years, but I guess I was just a lot younger. That was a wee bit warm in this on-air booth at the ballpark here at Remax Field. And guess what? That sun's just beating right on in you.
It could get pretty warm down there.
Will Gardner pulls the trigger on the pitch, and he hits a ground ball into right field. Green light given to the runner. The relay and the cutoff, and it's going to be a out on Will Rogers at home plate. Put out will go 7-4-2. Took a perfect throw and a perfect relay to get him, and it did.
It was, but again, the right fielder fielded that perfectly, and that's Ethan Lovelace, and he came in, picked the ball, and let it go immediately.
9-4-2 on the out on Will Rogers as he's erased at home plate. And Will Gardner takes his lead off at first base. Emiliano Gonzalez takes his lead at second. And Walker, who has scored in this ball game, he drew a walk and came in to score on a wild pitch, is the batter. And Neil Feist throws the first pitch strike. Play like that can really pick up a pitcher.
Oh, it sure can.
And here's the strike one delivery, foul to the backstop. 0-2 is the count.
You're in a good position now. You got one out, men on first and second, but now you're in a good double play situation.
And here comes the pitch. 77-mile-an-hour spinner. That was maybe the nicest curveball we've seen all night. And beautiful location on it. Neil Feist gets the strikeout on the curveball.
He did a great job on that. Really dropped it off the table.
Everybody pretty much in action tonight in the WCBL. Kamloops in Yakima. Bellingham is in Ridgefield. Victoria's in Nanaimo. Kelowna Falcons are in Port Angeles. Portland Pickles are in Springfield. And the Bend Elks are in Walla Walla, Washington, down in southeastern Washington State. 2 gone with 2 men on. Here comes the pitch. Sinking fastball. Came in there at 80 miles an hour with a little bit of dip on it. A swing and a miss. 0-1 to Laurent J. He is 0 for 1 tonight with a base on ball. And the pitch to him. Puts it into play. It's a ground ball between the wickets and Lee, the second baseman. That'll be an error, and that's a big error. A run is going to come in to score. And no doubt about that, he did not get the tailgate down.
He didn't, and just made a mistake. It cost the run, and
they're going to score a hit. Okay. That being the case, that'll be a run-scoring single. And that'll bring to the plate Jack Schultz. Schultz tonight with a nice sacrifice bunt. Moved runners over in the 3rd inning. Ground out his opening time through. And the pitch to Jake is in there for a called strike. 76 miles an hour on the pitch. Strike 1.
Neil Feist has a very good breaking ball. Accurate with it. Drops it pretty well.
There's another breaking ball and a swing and a miss here to Schultz. Dixie State College, the collegiate assignment for Schultz, a junior out of Prescott, Arizona. A couple hours north of Phoenix, on the road to Flagstaff. With the runner going, the pitch is a curveball waved at, and that'll do it here in the inning. As Jake Schultz is the first strikeout, now the second strikeout of the night of the new pitcher, Neil Feist. But here in the inning, one run comes in to score on a collection of 3 hits. Weren't any errors. And 2 men left on base. As we move along to the top half of the 5th inning, Riverhawk TV brought to you by Jiffy Lube. Today's a great day for an oil change. Drive into your neighborhood Jiffy Lube today. No appointment necessary, warranty approved. Jiffy Lube, keeping you moving. We'll move on to the top half of the 5th inning and be back before you know it. 2-0 the Riverhawks lead through the opening 4 innings of the ball game tonight. And Briley Knight, the left fielder of the batter, he drew a base on ball his opening time through. Luca DiPaolo, the catcher, and Ethan Lovelace, the right fielder, are due up. Chaz Wheatley with a strike on the inside corner. This Dayton baseball history is brought to you by Zambelli's Prime Rib Steak and Pizza House on 50th Street in Leduc. On this Dayton baseball history, 1918, Casey Stengel, after being traded by Brooklyn in the offseason, made his return to Ebbets Field a memorable one. In his first at-bat, Stengel called time, stepped out of the batter's box, and doffed his cap. And here's the 1-2 pitch. Fly ball to straightaway center field. Should be an easy play for Jack Walker, and it is. One gone. I read about it in the book. Now, why he doffed his hat? When he was playing the outfield the previous half inning, he captured a little bird and he put it inside his skull cap, and he lifted his cap and the bird flew away. Philadelphia's Grover Cleveland Alexander lost his no-hit bid when Artie Butler punched a single with 2 outs in the 9th. Alexander struck out Bob Beister for the final out to beat the St. Louis Browns. And here comes the pitch. Fastball is inside. Interesting note about Casey Stengel. His name was not Casey, as in C-A-S-E-Y. That was his nickname. His real name was Herman, and he called Casey because he came from Kansas City. K.C. Stengel. 1940, the Pirates beat the Boston Bees 14-2 in the first night game at Forbes Field in Pittsburgh. Here you got 1 away, bases empty, 2 balls, no strikes. Wheatley with a pitch, gonna miss low ball 3. And in 1918, Dutch Leonard of the Boston Red Sox pitched his second no-hitter, blanked the Detroit Tigers 5-0. Chaz Wheatley rocks into his windup. That long stride home with the left leg, and he throws the pitch high. It's a 4-pitch walk here to DiPaolo. Now this is where a manager will get gray hair. DiPaolo does not have a batting average. At least he had to get a knock. And Ethan Lovelace, the right fielder, is the batter. One final one for you, and we'll get to that in just a second. Lou Gehrig became the first American League player to hit 4 home runs in a game as the Yankees beat the Philadelphia A's 20-3. 4 home runs in one game. Double play depth in the infield. Here's the pitch, 87 miles an hour, and it's high and wide of the target. 1 ball and no strikes.
You know, Al, if I remember the story about that, he almost had a 5th home run and was caught right on the wall.
Well, when you score 20 runs in a game, you certainly get more than 4 at-bats. And here's the pitch, too high, ball 2. This is Dayton baseball history brought to you by Zambelli's Prime Rib Steak and Pizza House in Leduc on 50th Street. Not much more than about a 15-minute drive from the south side of Edmonton. Seafood specials every Friday, including the great soup du jour, and that is seafood chowder. Have it every week, and I have it every week. That's at Zambelli's Prime Rib Steak and Pizza House in Leduc. So Ethan Lovelace will be the batter up. And the pitching coach, Ethan Elias, is going to make his way out to the mound. And we're going to get a left-hander up and throwing in the Edmonton pen. It was an auspicious debut for Chaz Wheatley tonight. He walked the first 2 batters that he faced. The first batter he faced, Jonah Advincula, was erased at second base on a really good throw by Ethan Chenard to erase him at the bag. Then it was a walk to Mason Lee. They got him on a force at second base. And then they got Xander Darby to bounce out to retire the side. Faced 5 batters in the second. They had a 3-up, 3-down, third and fourth. And here he's got 1 out and 1 on, and we're playing in the top of the 5th inning. 2 balls and no strike is the count. And the pitch. 86 miles an hour, but high of the target, ball 3.
Got Mikhail Negretti warming up in the Riverhawk bullpen.
And here comes the 3-0 delivery. That'll be a 4-pitch walk issued to the batter Lovelace, and that'll put the tying run on at first base. And the speed merchant, Jonah Advincula, is the batter. There, it's not what Wheatley wants to do, and it's not easy to do. We're not trying to get down on the young man, but he just walked a 200 hitter to get to a 349 hitter. And here comes the pitch from Wheatley. That time he overthrew his curveball and it backed up on him, high and outside, 1 ball and no strikes. Mackay and DeCrete, I believe you said, heating up in the pen.
Yes. The only positive about having Advincula up with men on first and second, it takes away something of his speed for extra bases, but it's also going to be difficult to double him off.
Doesn't appear they'll have to do it. There's a mile-high pop-up between second and third base. Schultz draws a beat on it, makes the catch. That's a big out. You got 2 away. Mason Lee is the batter. Lee has walked tonight, and he has bounced into a double play. Yeah, they've just turned the lights on here at Remax Field. At this present time, they won't even really take effect. It's still pretty much daylight here at the ballpark, and here comes the pitch. That's a two-seam fastball down and away. 86 miles an hour, and that dropped 10 inches on its way to the plate. 1 ball, no strike. Tying run at first base here in the top half of the 5th inning. And the pitch is a called strike. Plate umpire tonight is Tyler Bourne, and he indicates that pitch is not in the strike zone here to Mason Lee. Cal State Northridge. He's a junior out of Culver City, California, 5'9", 180 pounds. Foul to the backstop to even the count.
You know, Culver City, Al, is known for, in California, one of the top places for tap dancing. And I know I've taken my wife down there a number of times.
I'll keep that in mind next time I'm there.
So I thought you kind of liked that.
Yeah.
Just south of Los Angeles.
Kaz Wheatley trying to get out of this inning unscathed, and he's not going to do it. This ball is belted out into center field. That's going to play to run. Here comes Jack Walker over to grab the ball, and you'll have men at second and third base, and that ball was a liner. You could hang clothes on it. Nails that ball up the middle for a 2-base hit, and the run batted in. Run scoring double by Mason Lee. Doesn't give you much of a strike zone to work for. He's not a very big ball player, 5'9".
No, but he also has a very compact swing. He got through that ball well, right into the gap.
That's going to do it for Chris Wheatley tonight, as he will leave way with 2 runners in scoring position to run in. A 4 2/3 inning distance for Wheatley tonight. And we'll be back with a whole lot more in just a jiffy.
Pitching for your
New pitcher of the ball game, a fireballing young left-hander, Micaiah Negrete. 6'2", 195-pounder, University of San Diego. He's a freshman out of Fullerton, California. And he'll go to work on Kiko Romero. For Micaiah, this will be his 11th appearance out of the bullpen. And he is, as you would say, pitching in a pinch. 2 men in scoring position. He does have 2 away. And bring him in here to face the left-handed batter, Romero. Match up a left-handed hitter, left-handed pitcher. 91-mile-an-hour fastball down and away. Negrete with 15 and 2/3 innings, 11 hits, 7 runs, 6 earned runs, 5 base on balls, 15 strikeouts. He comes set, he kicks and delivers, and it's fouled in the batter's box. With a record of 0-1, he's got 2 saves and a 3.44 earned run average. Micaiah Negrete.
He's got good movement on his fastball.
Ready to go, and here's the 1-1 delivery. Ball's put into play. It's a lazy one hopper here to McKean. He'll come over and just win that foot race to the bag. He doesn't do that, it's a tie ball game. Here in the inning, 6 batters come to the plate. 1 run is scored. Done on 1 hit. There weren't any errors and 2 men left on base. And the final totals for Chaz Wheatley tonight, 4+ innings. In fact, it'll be 4 2/3 innings. 1 earned run on 2 hits, 3 strikeouts, 5 base on balls, and 1 hit batsman. And it's a real pitch and duel here tonight. 2-1 score, the Hawks lead as we move along to the bottom half of the 5th inning right here on Riverhawk TV. Jacob McKean, who got that put out to retire the side in the top of the 5th inning. He'll lead things off here in the last of 5, hitting out of the 3 spot in the Edmonton order tonight. He's got a 0-for-2. He's popped up and struck out. Neil Feist, the relief pitcher. Strides, delivers, 77-mile-an-hour spinner. Great break on that pitch, great dip. 0-1. Threw that one for a strike.
Got excellent control with that curveball. It's very nice to watch.
And the 0-1 pitch is a fastball and is bounced through the hole of short and third. Becerra was playing about midway. Didn't have much of an angle on the ball. He dove to his left. Couldn't put leather on it. Base hit for Jacob McKean. Ivan Brethauer will be the batter.
That's a very good hit by McKean. Got around the ball really well. Ball comes off the bat awfully quick. Very tough play for the third baseman.
And here comes the pitch. Swing and a miss on a curveball. Strike 1 here to Ivan Brethauer. Threw a walk in the 3rd and was called out on strikes in the 2nd. The new artificial turf at the ballpark here in Edmonton is not anywhere close to the old artificial turfs where every year you'd lead the league in home runs turned, or double plays turned and double plays hit into. It replicates a grass bounce just about uncannily.
It's very, very good. Very consistent field.
Third time in the night, the Riverhawks have been able to get their leadoff batter aboard. And a fastball fouled away.
Got in on the hands of Ivan Bretthauer.
Tomorrow night, it's Thirsty Thursday at the ballpark, the first Thirsty Thursday of the season. Get yourself some cold suds for $5. And we're at a 1-ball, 2-strike count on Bretthauer. Darby, the shortstop, is going to cheat towards the hole on the left side of the infield, so they're not at a double play depth. And here comes the pitch. That ball is turned around nicely out into left center field. Holds up a little bit. And Jonah Advincula is there to make the catch, and there's one away. Advincula makes the fly ball catch. And Austin Chenard is the batter. Sure your vehicle is road trip ready by visiting your neighborhood Jiffy Lube today. You get a $25 gift card with a fully synthetic oil change. Jiffy Lube, keeping you moving no matter where you're headed this summer. 1 out and 1 on here in the last half of the 5th inning. Ball game at about the 1 hour and 40-minute mark as we speak. Foul to the backstop, strike 1.
Another excellent breaking ball from Feist. One thing we're seeing today, Al, that we haven't seen in the last while, some good consistent hitting from the Riverhawks.
Austin Chenard's going to get himself a knock with a line single up the middle. And that was a hanging breaking ball, and a nice level swing, just went out and met it. That'll put the potential 3rd run in scoring position. 6th hit of the night for the Hawks. Will Rogers, who's really had a good night, got an inside the park home run on a ball he belted off the plywood in left field, and he gapped a double. And he did that in the 4th inning. He was erased at home plate on a really good defensive play by the Knights. Ethan Lovelace, the right fielder, threw a perfect strike to the cutoff man Lee, and his throw to DePolo, the catcher, was right on the money. And the pitch is a fastball too high, 1 ball and no strike. The starter tonight was Duke Brotherton, 3-inning distance for the big right-hander, 2 earned runs on 1 hit, 2 strikeouts. It was a touch wild at times, 4 base on balls, and he tethered 1 wild pitch. That's 1 ball and no strikes here on Will Rogers. Break it ball down and away, go to 2 balls and no strikes to Rogers. Rogers, 6'1", 215 pounds. Arizona State is the collegiate assignment for Will Rogers. 2 balls, no strikes. And the pitch is up and in, ball 3. He's a sophomore out of Shoreview, Minnesota.
Now, for the people at home, when we talk about sophomore or freshman or junior, this is the year they're going into this next year. It's not their past season.
Now, sophomore is what, a 2nd-year guy?
2nd year, yeah.
And the pitch to Will Rogers. Ground ball to the left side. Darby is up with it on the Lee at 2nd. That's 1. Here's the spin and the throw to 1st. And a 6-4-3 double play, and that kills that rally. So here in the inning, no runs on 2 hits. 1 man stranded. We're through 5. Back with more in just a jiffy.
And in our time here, we learned that people love their old
Shortstop Xander Darby, leadoff batter, in the cleanup spot tonight for the Corvallis Knights. Here against Mackay Negrete, who came in, got a ground ball out to set down the side in the 5th inning. If you take a look at him, John, he's got the long legs like a pitcher, tight torso, long upper body, and his arms hang way below his waist.
Yeah.
Negrete is ready, and here comes the first pitch. There he took a little off the pitch, 82 miles an hour. He tops out at about 94, a swing and a miss. Xander Darby, batting .306. You make a mistake on him, he'll hit a long way. 4 home runs, 13 runs batted in. Eli Cannell, the DH. Timo Becerra, the third baseman, are due up here in the inning. That was a slider down and away, 82 miles an hour on the velocity. Had a 4-inch drop on it. And the count will go to 2-1. Make that 3-1. Just an example of the talent in this league. 3 seasons ago, an opening day. Here's the 3-1 pitch, and it's fouled away. On the third base side, it's out of play. Now, your opening day starter is generally your best pitcher. 4 opening day starters in the major leagues were all from the West Coast Baseball League. Proof of the pudding is in the eating.
You look what the Pac-12 has produced over the years. Tremendous number of players.
90 mile an hour tailing fastball that ran away from the left-handed batter and caught the black. He picked a good time to throw that pitch.
He certainly did.
Next up, number 8, Eli Kennel.
And Eli Kennel, the DH, is the batter.
You know, it's interesting with Negrete, very young. I believe he's just 18 years old. Going into the University of California at San Diego.
Negrete delivers out of the pitch, 84 miles an hour, lots of sink on it, swing and a miss, 0-2. Well, of course, not everybody that is drafted out of college. There are players drafted out of high school. Usually hard-throwing pitchers. Down and away, 1 ball, 2 strikes. This weekend, of course, will be the annual Rule 4 Major League Amateur Draft. And we'll have a complete list of the Canadians that got drafted and the first pick overall on our broadcast coming up next week. 17 Canadians selected last year. 2 balls, 2 strikes on Eli Cannell. And the pitch, swing and a miss. 83 miles an hour on that sinker ball. Nicely done. Strikeout number 2 for Negrete.
Mixing his pitches up very well.
Next, number 7, Timo Becerra.
And Timo Becerra will be the batter up. Out of Stanford University, 6'1", 175-pounder, redshirt freshman from Clovis, California. Fly ball out into right field, and that ball is going to get caught by Rogers as he leaned down and he just stole a 2-base hit away from the batter. That's the play of the year.
He got a good jump on the ball. It was high enough. A boy had to lay out for it. And just great
He was
timing.
horizontal to the ground.
He certainly was. Tremendous play.
His feet left the ground. A great play by Will Rogers, who is shone tonight with a stick and now with a glove. Bottom half of the 6th coming up. We'll be back with that in just a jiffy. Third baseman Emilio Gonzalez stroked a single and scored in the fourth. Drew a walk his opening time through. Will lead things off here against Neil Feist, who has shown superb command of his breaking ball tonight. Emiliano gives this one a ride out into short right field. That ball's going to fall in for a base hit. And up there, first pitch swinging, thinking he's going to get a strike. He did. He didn't pull it. He slapped it, but he gets a knock.
He did. He just got enough on it and hit it right where they weren't. Three men converging on it, could not get to it.
And Will Gardner will be the batter. He's got a 1-for-2 night going. Base hit to right field in the fourth inning. Get into a force that retired the side in the second inning. And it is a knee knocker tonight. 2-1 score. The Riverhawks hold on to a lead. It's a 78-mile-an-hour sinker, swing and a miss, nothing in one. That one dropped 2 inches. Horizontal break at 13 inches. Gardner with his front foot out wide open, and the pitch to him is high and wide. 1 ball, 1 strike. And here comes the 1-1 pitch. Hard ground ball back up the middle, right through the box for a base hit. And Will Gardner timed the swing just right on a breaking ball that was a little bit out over the plate. Now I got to think, with your 9-hole batter coming up, nobody out, 2 men, and it's maybe time to show a bunt.
I would think so. We want to get it down that third baseline. I expect we're going to see third baseman coming in, and we do.
Yeah, Becerra is just about wide of the bag at third base. And ideally what you want to do is you want to make the third baseman come in and field the ball. Open
Absolutely.
up the bag.
Force him to go to first.
Here's the pitch from Neil Feist, and it's a called strike, nothing in one. And the Corvallis Knights have got a right-hander up and throwing in the bullpen.
That was a low pitch, actually not a bad pitch to bunt, but it was outside a little bit, and I think Walker didn't think he could get it down the third baseline.
Romero is way in at first base, both feet in on the grass by about 2 feet. And the pitch from Feist. Walker shows the bunt, pulls the bat back, and it's a breaking ball down and away. 1 ball, 1 strike to Jack Walker. Feist, a 6'3", 215-pounder, throws pretty much out of a drop and drive delivery, a sophomore. El Camino College is school of choice. And the 1-1 pitch. Walker again shows the bunt, and he takes a strike. You probably would have had trouble dragging that bunt, but you could probably have pushed it.
That's right, again. Toward the outside of the plate. And now, I don't think he's going to be bunting. If he does, he's got to get it down and fair.
And Feist is ready, the pitch. Big overhand curveball, swing and a miss. That was up in the eyes of the batter, Jack Walker. Now it's up to Clay Larange. And you just have to tip your hat to the pitcher. Feist did a nice job. Larange tonight's got a run-scoring single. Did that in the fourth inning. He's bounced out. Threw a base on ball, got no further than third in the third inning. What a great year he's having, though. He's batting .374. Batting average has tailed off just a little bit, but that's a legit .374. Hard ground ball right side. It's Romero on to Darby. Darby back off the bag and to first base. They won't get the double play, but the run won't come in to score. Gonzalez moves to third. Romero showed me something there. He was lickety split on that throw to Darby covering second.
Absolutely.
And then he's got to hightail it back to first base, score off to second, and get a throw. It's not an easy play.
It's very difficult to do.
All right, we'll go to Jake Schultz, who was 0 for 2 with a sacrifice bunt. 2 out in the inning, men at first and third. Laurent is on the move, and a Dubino throw was not an easy play for DePaulo to squeeze that ball. That'll be an uncontested steal for Clay Laurent. 2 men in scoring position. Got a good jump. One ball, no strike here to Jake Schultz. The Riverhawks just love one sweet swing of the bat and knock a couple more runs in. Here's the 1-0 pitch to Schultz. Tried to check his swing on that soft spinner, 75-mile-an-hour hook. And it's a ball and a strike.
He got fooled totally on it, and on those, no use trying to check your swing. It very seldom works. You might as well swing through it.
Well, when those nasty pitchers throw a right-hand bat or something that breaks a foot in the last couple of feet to the plate, sometimes it's kind of not fair. And that pitch is down and away. Ball 2, strike 1. I've been told this, I've read this, I'm not sure that it's true, but I'm not sure that it's false. One of the most difficult things to do in all sports is to hit a big league slider.
Well, Ted Williams certainly said that. Said that's why he believed there would be no more 400 hitters. And of course, he was the last one in 1941.
2 balls, 2 strikes on Schultz. That last pitch at 86 miles an hour. The induced vertical angle on it at 13 inches. Emiliano Gonzalez with a base hit. He's at third. Laurent has just stolen second base. He takes his lead wide of the bag. And the pitch. Just missed outside. Runs the count full.
This is the great challenge in baseball. The 3-2 pitch, runners in scoring position, 2 out.
And here comes the 3-2 delivery. That's going to get popped up by Schultz. It's on the infield skin on the right-handed side. The first baseman, Romero, is camped under that, and he'll put it away. And here in the inning, no runs, 2 hits, no errors, and 2 men left aboard. As we move along to the 7th inning and a 2-1 Riverhawk lead right here on Riverhawk TV.
That's all the pond is not off.
Riley Knight will leave things off, the center fielder, or the left fielder. And the pitch to Briley is down and away, 1 ball and no strikes. Nakai Nagreet, fireballing young left-hander, has retired the first 4 batters that he's faced. There's a ball that's belted way back there, and Laurent with the sun in his eyes right at the lip of the warning track. There to make the catch. He made it look easy. That's 5 in a row. Set down by Negrete. And Luca DiPaolo is the batter. Score the lone run on the night. Here for the Knights, he did that in the 5th inning. He got a 1-out base on ball and came in to score on a double up the middle by Mason Lee. And Negrete is high with a pitch, 1 ball and no strikes. You ever noticed how many of the great names in baseball end in a vowel? By that I mean American or Canadian ball players of Italian ancestry. And those names just kind of roll off, just like a piece of work. Here's the pitch, 89 miles an hour, a swing and a miss. The very first pro scout I met back in 1981, he was one of a number of ball players of Italian descent that came out of the Bay Area, just all about the same amount of time. An old scout by the name of, he was a catcher when he played, Dario Lodadajani, not Loaded Johnny, Lodadajani. And here's the 3-1 delivery. That's a fastball, full count. A short period of time out of the Bay Area, you had the 3 DiMaggio brothers, Joe, Vince, and Dominic, who played for the Red Sox for years. You had a catcher named Ernie Lombardi, and a couple of middle infielders. Frankie Crissetti was one of them, and Tony Lazzari was the other. All great Italian-sounding names, all good ball players, too.
They sure were.
From St. Louis, you had Yogi Berra and Joe Garagiola, 2 catchers. And Lethan Lovelace will be the batter. One of my favorites was Tony Canigliaro.
Boy, he was a good ball player. Tony C.
And the pitch is down and away. Another one that was, when I was a kid, he was a shortstop for the Red Sox, Rico Petrocelli.
Yeah. You know, for a period of time, Joe DiMaggio coached with the Oakland A's.
He did, that's true.
And I was a spring trainer one year. Of course, a good friend of mine was Rick Monday, playing for the A's at the time. And we went out to get a meal in the evening, and Joe DiMaggio was there. And he introduced me to him, and one of the nicest men, quietest men you'd ever want to meet. We have a pinch runner, do we?
Yeah, Tyler Quinn will come into the ball game. And he is a catcher, so I imagine it'll just be a straight swap. Our first year with the Montreal Expos, which was 2003, we had a big first baseman. His name was Valentino Pascucci. And with a name like that, you figure he'd sound like something out of The Sopranos.
Yeah.
He had the most beautiful southern drawl you've ever heard. Valentino Pascucci. So Tyler Quinn is the pinch runner. He represents the tying run here in the top half of the 7th inning. Ethan Lovelace is the batter up, and there's a pickoff throw by the left-hander Negrete. And the pitch on the way is a sinker ball down and in. Ball 3. Ball game is at the 2-hour and 6-minute mark here in the 7th inning, and the count runs full, 3 balls, 2 strikes.
Number 9 hole hitter. You want to get it.
Strike 3 call. The 88 mile an hour sinking fastball.
Just turned and walked away.
Third strikeout on the night for Negrete. We'll go to the top of the order where it's going to get a little bit more difficult. Jonah Advincula. From what teams we've seen in the league, this is a 5-tool guy. He is a burner, especially when he bats left-handed, 2 feet closer to first base. Done a pretty nice job on him tonight. He's gone 1 for 2 with a base on ball. And the pitch to him. 83-mile-an-hour slider down and away. And we have activity in the Edmonton relief pen. Got a big left-hander up and throwing. 1 ball and no strikes here to Advincula. And the pitch on the way. Fastball. He missed that one a little bit high. He had a lot of sizzle on it. 87-mile-an-hour fastball. 2 gone, man at first. In the top half of the 7th inning. Pitch and a ground ball. Caught at first base by McKean. The big man makes the catch. Comes to the bag. And that will retire the side. So you always like a big target at first base.
Boy, it's true, and he is a big target, and he handles the bag very well, too.
Bottom half of 7 coming your way from Remax Field in Edmonton. We'll be back shortly. New pitcher into the ball game, a right-hander, Nathan DeSchreier. And we'll have his totals for you in just a minute. Jacob McKean is the batter, and DeSchreier with an opening pitch fastball, strike 1. Six foot 2 inch, 185-pound right-hander, works from a straight overhand delivery. And he pops the pill at about 90 miles an hour, strike 2. Washington State University product. Goes to Gonzaga University. Red-shirted freshman. And the pitch off the head of the bat, fouled away. Out of Bridge Island in the state of Washington. Nathan DeSchreier, third pitcher in the ball game, here for the Knights. He'll make his third relief appearance on the season. 7 games he has appeared in. make that his 5th relief appearance. He's got 3 starts. 14 2/3 innings, 7 hits, 5 runs, 3 earned. 8 walks, 12 strikeouts. He logs a 1-loss record of 2-1, no saves, and a 1.44 earned run average. And the pitch from DeShrier is down and away. 2 balls and 2 strikes. McKean has made a couple of real nice defensive plays tonight at first base. He's had a pretty good night with the pole. He's gone 1 for 3. Fastball runs down and away, runs the count full, 3-2. Bottom half of the 7th inning. And a 2-1 lead for the Riverhawks. And the payoff pitch, hit in the air to right field, didn't catch up to the fastball. High, lazy pop fly out into right. And Ethan Lovelace is under that, 1 away. Ivan Brethauer, the batter. Again, it was an inside the park home run by Will Rogers in the 2nd inning. And then it was Emiliano Gonzalez scoring from second on a single out into right. And that was done in the 4th inning. They haven't got a sniff since. Strike 1 to the batter, Brethauer. Austin Chenard is up next. And the pitch. Slow ground ball here to the shortstop, Darby. As he motors on towards his left-handed side. His left side arms to the target, and there's 2 away.
Hey, Brethauer, 2 fastballs, both at 90 miles an hour.
Now we have a right-hander up and throwing in the Edmonton bullpen. Chenard stands in. The relief pen of the Corvallis Knights is idle as we speak. Fully back on the middle infield, midway at 1st and 3rd. 85-mile-an-hour slider, swing and a miss, 0-1 to Chenard. You can see why this ball club is 10 games over 500. What makes good teams good players, and they do have that. They've got pitching, they got some hitting, they got some speed, and they're a well-run team. Ball on the strike as Chenard awaits the pitch. It's down and away, ball 2.
We have Albert Alvarez warming up in the Riverhawk bullpen.
And the pitch. Breaking ball, swing and a miss. I said a breaking ball. That was a sinking fastball. That came in at 90. Didn't look that hard, but bottom fell right out of it. 2 balls, 2 strikes, 2 away, and the base is empty here in the last half of the 7th inning. And the pitch. Chenard puts this ball into play, and it's through the hole. That one had eyes. You've seen Becerra going to his left and Darby going to his right, the shortstop. A seeing eye single for Austin Chenard.
We've had a couple of good hits like that tonight, and the team's making good contact. That's our 10th hit of the night, Al.
And Will Rogers, the batter, up there. And the pitch. Hitting them in air to center field. That should be a catchable ball, and it is. Caught by the center fielder, Advincula, and that will retire the side. No runs on a knock, no errors, and 1 man stranded. 8th inning coming your way in just a minute. Riverhawk Television brought to you with the compliments of your Edmonton and area Jiffy Lube fast oil change locations. Ensure your vehicle performs its best by visiting Jiffy Lube for an oil change today. No appointment necessary, warranty approved, Jiffy Lube, keeping you moving. Alvarez is going to come on to pitch, and we'll be back in just a jiffy.
Kawasaki, and Kuzuki.
Outstanding relief appearance for Mike in the Greet tonight. He went 2 1/3 innings of shutout baseball, no hits, 3 strikeouts, 1 base on ball. And Albert Alvarez, the new pitcher here for the Cats, or the Hawks. 6 foot 190 pounder. University of California, San Diego is a senior. Out of Rancho Cucamonga, California, up in the high desert. And that pitch is in there on a bounce. His 8th relief appearance tonight, 16 2/3 innings, 9 hits, 8 runs, 7 earned, 9 base on balls, 18 strikeouts. Got a pretty nice record, 2 victories against no losses. 3.78 earned run average. That 16-inning ball game last week down in Bellingham, the series finale, Edmonton did win it by a run. Alvarez sucked up 5 scoreless relief appearances, 5 scoreless relief innings. And the pitch, then there's a high hopper back to the mound. The comebacker is fielded by Alvarez, and he'll underhand to the bag, 1 away.
He threw the breaking ball and over top of it. Very good fielding play by Alvarez.
And Kiko Romero is the batter up, 1 away here in the top half of the 8th inning. Pitchers tonight have done a really nice job on a very tough front end of an order between Advincula, Mason Lee, Kiko Romero, and Xander Darby. And the pitch is a sinker ball strike, 93 miles an hour right at the knees. Alvarez rocks and delivers, and the ball put into play up the middle. And that's an easy play for the center fielder, Jack Walker. 2 gone in the inning. That one was in on the hands at 91 miles an hour. Bees in the bat.
Very difficult to get around on a pitch like that.
And Xander Darby is the batter. Bounced out twice. He's been called out strikes once. Talk about the front end of that order. You got a 349 guy in the leadoff spot, 277, 278, and then you get 306. And that 306 batter is the guy you see right now. And the pitch is a strike at the knee. Alvarez, hard thrower. 93 mile an hour pitch, and it's 0-1. Eli Cannell is the designated hitter, and he is on deck. And the kick and the 0-1 pitch on the way. A fastball below the label. Fouled off, back to third, and on into the bleacher seats. Strike 2. Fully back in the middle infield, midway at first and third. McKean will play a little bit back of midway. He's not deep, but he's not midway at first base. The outfield is straight away. And Albert Alvarez rocks into that drop and drive delivery. And he's high with a pitch, 1 ball and 2 strikes. I don't think he's throwing a ball under 90. Not a fastball anyway, maybe a
No,
breaking
he's
pitch.
throwing a couple of breaking balls, but all his fastballs, I think his slowest fastball has been 90.
Ready to go. Here's the 1-ball, 2-strike pitch. That breaking ball at 83 miles an hour, and lots of great movement on it, right away from the left-handed batter.
Changed up the speed on him and broke it off extremely well.
3 up, 3 down go the Corvallis Knights here in the top half of the 8th inning. Back with more in just a jiffy.
What? Bullshit is that?
And in the crowd tonight, we have a neighbor common family. We have his mom and his sister, one of our coaches. And more importantly, we have his friend Victoria Paris visiting all the way from Brazil. She was with her family in 2018 during a school exchange. She just got here yesterday. 4 days ago. So let's see Victoria and Nathan's family of every word of Riverhawks. Welcome to the Victoria today.
Emiliano Gonzalez on a 2-for-2 night with a run scored to lead things off. Here again is Nathan DeSchreier. DeSchreier winds and delivers, and the fastball is high of the zone, 1 ball and no strikes. We check our out-of-town Major League scoreboard for you tonight. Middle of the 9th inning, and the Dodgers hold on to a 1-run lead on the St. Louis Cardinals in St. Louis tonight, and the pitch is down the middle for a strike. Padres and the Rockies are tied at 6, playing in Denver tonight in the top of 7. And the Angels, after 4 innings, at what we used to call Anaheim Stadium, and the pitch is inside, go to 2 balls and a strike. It's a 3-1 Angels lead after 4 innings today. White Sox were winners over the Cleveland Guardians, and that was a close ball game, 2-1 score. And here's a base hit back up the middle by Emilio Gonzalez. And he gets his 3rd knock of the night. And Will Gardner will be the batter. Tampa Bay Rays beat the Red Sox 4-1. Final saw the Texas Rangers, a 5-2 victory over the Oakland Athletics. And the Orioles down the Cubs 7-1. Here we have a 2-1 ball game. Riverhawks in the lead here in the last half of the 8th inning. Fastball is high of the target, 1 ball, no strikes to Will Gardner. He's also had a pretty good night. 2 hits in 3 tries. 0-1 on Will Gardner. Front foot wide open towards the bucket. Back foot right on the batter's line, and the pitch is up too high. 2 balls and no strikes. One run in the 2nd and 1 run in the 4th stands the difference in this one tonight. It's a 5-0 win for the Corvallis Knights last night. And that pitch is right down the dish for a strike at 88 miles an hour. Jack Walker is on deck. Darby and Lee, the double play. Quinella will shorten up. They'll play about midway. Becerra is out of the bag at 3rd. This ball is popped up into short center field, and camped under this is the center fielder, Advincula. And there's 1 away. And Jack Walker, the batter. was the first and third strikeout of Neil Feist, the long reliever tonight, who came in, threw a real good ball game, a shutout baseball, over 3 innings. There's a pickoff throw to first base. And Romero, who is, I told you before, he's a big target, and that's what you want. He climbed the ladder, and he just prevented a throwing error.
He certainly did. He got way up. Pretty good vertical.
Pitch is a call strike, throw back to first base. Quinn now in the ball game doing the catching. He came in as a pinch runner a couple of innings back. 1 ball, no strikes here to Jack Walker. And the pitch is off the outside half of the plate for a ball. 2 balls and no strikes. Duke Brotherton, the starting pitcher tonight, a 3-inning distance. He coughed up 2 earned runs and a hit. 2 strikeouts, 4 base on balls, and 1 wild pitch. And here comes the 2-1 delivery. 89-mile-an-hour slider, and that misses just off the outside block. $90-mile-an-hour, 2-seam fastball. Big drop on the pitch. With the 2 balls, 2 strikes here to Jack Walker. Emiliano Gonzalez, the runner off at first base. Got 3 knocks on the night. Base hit up the middle, base hit to right field, and then that bouncing single up the middle here in the 8th inning. And the pitch, too high. Overthrew that fastball. Let's see if they start Gonzalez over at first base. No, he'll hold, and the pitch. Big drop on that curveball, swing and a miss. That's it for Jack Walker, and there's 2 away. And that is the first strikeout of the night for Nathan Deschire. And Clay Larange, the batter. And here comes the pitch to Larange. High and outside, 1 ball and no strikes. One of a dearth of local Edmonton ball players, and some of them had really good years, and Larange leads the way. Hitting .374. He's done everything you'd want out of a leadoff batter. And he fouls the pitch back. Don't have how many base on balls he's drawn, at least not on my stat sheet here tonight, but one thing you have to have from a guy who bats leadoff, and remember, you only bat leadoff technically once a game.
Well, that's
After
right.
that, you may never do it again, but you've got to be selective in what you swing at.
Have to be. And to Schreier here, one thing about him, his strikes have all been on fastballs.
And that's going to be a wild pitch, and that'll put Gonzalez into scoring position. Took the catcher Quinn out of the crouch with his left hand extended, and he couldn't squeeze it.
And I don't know if that was a change, but it was certainly about 6-7 miles an hour slower than he normally pitches.
Two balls and a strike to Larange. And Emiliano Gonzalez takes about a 12-foot lead off the bag at second.
Larange's been making very good bat contact this season. He's got a lot of singles, a few doubles.
And the 2-1 pitch is low and away, ball 3. They might just put him on a 3-ball, 1 strikeout and try your luck with the next guy. That being Jake Schultz.
And that might be a good idea.
Oh, threw him a strike. It is foul to the backstop. Count runs full. I guess that shows you what I know, which isn't much. Tyler Bourne tonight calling the balls and strikes. And for the most part, I thought he's had a pretty good zone. And here's the 3-2 delivery. It's a ground ball to the left side. Darby is squared off in front of it, and he sidearms to the target, and that'll do it here in the last half of the 8th inning. We have been able to get the Ducks on the pond tonight, but not a lot.
You can't get them across that plate.
So we're through 8 innings, and we'll be back with the 9th and the play-by-play account of that in just a jiffy. Eli Kennel, leadoff batter, here in the top half of the 9th inning, batting out of the 5 position in the Corvallis batting order tonight. Timo Becerra and Riley Knight are due up here in the inning here against Albert Alvarez. Got a 3-up, 3-down 8th inning, and a ground ball, a fly ball, and a strikeout. Throws the batter a strike, 92 mile an hour fastball in on the hands. Foul to the backstop, strike 1 on the batter.
And I think we're going to see a lot of these fastballs, Al. He's really got good movement on that ball, and he keeps it in the zone.
Alvarez rocks into his windup, kicks that left leg up, and delivers on the pitch. Blew it right by the batter. That one, again, 92 with a little bit of movement and good location. And here's the 2-strike delivery. He climbed the ladder with the pitch, and he missed outside. It was certainly in the vertical strike zone. In fact, it was in the strike zone according to this chart. And the 1-2 delivery. Pitch is swung on and missed. And here's the throw up the line to preserve the putout. That'll be strikeout number 2. And the putout will go 2-3. That was an 82 mile an hour pitch. So after throwing 4 fastballs, he came back with an off-speed pitch.
He did, and it fooled him. I think it fooled his catcher a little bit too.
Timo Becerra, the third baseman, the batter up, right-handed batter. Fully back up the middle. Going to have Gonzalez up wide of the bag at third, and midway at first base is McKean. Outfield is in a little bit and straight away. 1 ball, no strike on Timo Becerra. Check swing on the pitch, which is on the outside corner for a strike. So that was not a swinging strike, that was a called strike. Didn't look to me like he broke his wrists on that pitch.
No.
85 mile an hour with an overhand curveball. Swing and a miss, 1-2. And here's the windup. Fastball on the outside corner. Strikeout number 3 for Alvarez. He is throwing strikes on both sides of the plate. And I'll tell you what, tonight, he's hooked up here with Austin Chenard. They've gone together like ham and eggs.
Absolutely.
And Briley Knight will be the batter. He stands between Albert Alvarez and a save, and Nakaya and Negrete with a win out of the bullpen. And the pitch is fouled away, strike 1. 92 miles an hour below the label. Strike 1 on the batter. A lot of the time, pitching is like opening a restaurant. It's location, location, location. It really is. Unless you're Nolan Ryan or someone who's got that steam. But
You know, the thing that I really like here is he's throwing strikes with both his breaking ball and his fastball.
there's a fly ball up the middle, and that should do it. Jake Walker is drifting back, makes the catch, and this one will go into the books as a victory here for the Riverhawks. And here in the 9th inning, zeros across the line totals. Give us your thoughts on the game, John, while I do some homework. We'll be back with the final totals and a whole lot more in just a jiffy. Again, it's a 2-1 win for the Hawks. Back in a minute. Back up here in the press box at Remax Field in Edmonton. Here's the totals in the ball game tonight. 2 runs, 10 hits, no errors, and 9 left for the Riverhawks. 1 run on 2 hits today. That's outstanding pitching. 2 hits against that ball club. You've done something right. No errors, and 6 left on base. Micah Negrete will pick up the victory. A young left-handed fireballer, a 2 1/3 inning distance, scoreless baseball, no hitter, struck out 3, walked the batter. With that, Nakaya and Negrete will go to 1 win, 1 loss. Albert Alvarez, 2 inning distance, shutout baseball, no hits, 3 strikeouts.